Hi, Makaran! What's up? It's been such a long time. I'm sorry, the week has been very busy. so, so today we're going to do a gaming stream on a Saturday Chronicles. I don't know if you heard about this game, but it's a very interesting game to play. So, first, before starters, I'm going to check on Marshmallow as always if there is some question or not. Marshmallow. I think there's nothing on there. Okay. So we'll get started. I think my voice is a bit better than last time. What did we do last time? Yeah, we did French lesson and oh, Alice. Hello, hello, Alice. What's up? It's been such a long time I haven't streamed. Oh my god, I feel like it's been an eternity, even though it's just 1 week. It's been 1 week only. So let's get started. Where's my switch? Good morning, Excasius Fortis. Good morning. What's up? I hope you're having a great day, everyone. Or you had a great day. So, let's switch on Switch. Switch. I think it's okay. So, I'll get my remote. Yeah. I get the joystick. I'll come back. Okay. Hello, Marie. Hello, Perrier. Hello. This new game. Yeah, this is a new game. This one is not an otome game. It's the type of game, it may be investigation, puzzle game. Like in courtroom, you are a lawyer and you defend your defendant. Oh wait, what? I need I need an update. Oh no. I hope it's not taking too long. Okay, it's not taking too long. Sorry, I had to do an update. Yeah, new game. So it is Ace Attorney. And why is my Switch not starting? Yeah, okay. Let's go. We can do it. We can start now. So, let's go back to Ace Attorney. As I did the game already, I did the first half. It's already done, so maybe we can start the second half as it's starting as a new game as well. But there may be some references to the first part, so I hope you won't get lost. Or if you have any question about the storyline, I can help you. You just need to ask me and I will be there, don't worry. Why can't I hear the sound very well? Let's go! Yeah, let's go! My sound is very... not terrible. Am I... Wait. I have to check something. Okay, I think it's okay. So, I'm not going to continue. I'm going to do a new game. New game. Resolve 2. Yeah, I was about this one, I think. Or am I? Ah no, wait, what? ちょっと待って。Where was I? Episode 1. part 1. wait. Continue. Load game. Yeah, Great Eternity. Great Eternity. So the 2 is this one. And I select a new game. Because I forgot it all. Sorry for the time I'm spending looking for what I want to play. But we'll go. Let's go. I think it's all good. Oh!
こうして目の覚めるような澄み渡った青空の下に立つと、ロンドンでのあの日々がまるで嘘のようでございます。懐かしい異国の大帝都。あの方はそれは立派な弁護士になられました。今もきっと彼女の法廷で勇敢に戦っていると存じます。ご挨拶が遅くなって本当に申し訳ございません。帰国より慌ただしい日が続いたものでございますから。それに一体誰が想像したでしょうか。この国に戻ってからたった2ヶ月。
Oh, this is the girl from before, from the first part.
今日はご報告に参りました。明日、私は大審院の法廷に立ちます。一生にただ一度、弁護士として。
She died.
このすさとに力を与えてくださいませ。カズマ様。
カズマ様 I miss him. Space Read. Hello. Welcome to my gaming stream on a Saturday. Maybe I'm going to lower it. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must still my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Oh, my dad. Good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. I'm not sure if I should read, so try to read the text. Maybe it will be annoying to hear, but I feel like it's very silent if I don't speak. But let's speak. Let's try to do some voiceover. But I'm very bad at as a seiyuu, as a voice actor, so please be kind. But you look as white as a sheet, and those white eyes aren't doing any favors I do either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly exhausted. I almost wish that I've never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Eugene Kotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. They remember me. Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for women in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. I look like Ikemen. Sorry. And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. So cute. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Space Read. This is my first time watching Ace Attorney. Really? Oh, welcome. This is one of the most recent one, so it doesn't have that much nostalgia. I'm discovering at the same time as you this one, but it's very cool. If you have the occasion to play, there's the trilogy. The first trilogy is on Steam, I think, and right now I'm playing on Switch, which is pretty great. I'm happy to have this game. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it will be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Is that you? Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something so that really. Oh, what are you doing? What's going on? That's varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you, you look for all the while just like a student for the Imperial Yume University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparation have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Yeah, because the time period on this game is old Japan. So you will see how they are dressed, and also they may be very old-fashioned in the mentality, but it's usual. Despite the fight, the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom to door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato! You'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Wait, what? What? What did I say? Ray, please don't look at me like that with those flush chick-dotting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I'm pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Hey, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how you should. Women back then. Space read. Women back then aren't allowed in court. Yeah, they weren't allowed in court unless you are a witness or a culprit. You are judged the same way in the court, but you can't be defended by a women lawyer, or you can't even become. Oh, I forgot how to say procureur. You can't be the attack lawyer. I don't know how to call it. Procurator. Oh, my French and English. TOEIC test. Susato. Susato. You do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I made murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such a length to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my students. Thank you, Father. I think she's going to have some manly voice. I can try. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. A month ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he was here, that he were here? I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicator, Courtroom 1. The Procurer. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Sasako! Kakkoi de! Wow, Mikotama! Sasako is so cool! Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready! Oh, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is Yutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprang to mind. Well, counsel? Yes, that's right. That's me. I mean, yes, I'm Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo-kan. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. My hair can't keep up with the translation. Really? I should have studied English more. No, don't worry. Don't worry. Come on. With this stream, you can practice English as well. Even though my accent is not that good, but if you have any question about what's going on, I can slower the pace. Naruhodo?
A fresh phrase in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as a part of a study program. This is only his cousin! That's right! Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's prominent lawyers. Any of them.
Tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in the country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as elegant and dashing as any of your Tokyo authorities. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Oh, please be careful. What an unrefined tomboy we have there. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he's not.
やばい。やばい。I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in these shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to fleet. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interest. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this no you call by the dog? Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when certain Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even the law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this would be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Alright, it's time to prove myself.
Slap! Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim.
That is simple. I couldn't forget if I tried.
What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in the shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret, you only use your knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record.
Yes, yes, the answer will be amongst the key information about the case in the court records. That's right. Just press R to open the court record. I'm pressing R after. Then you need to flip to the purple section with R. And don't take too long about it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with R. That's the information I need with B.
I'm waiting, Counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Court record. No, we have to check the people. Giselle Brett, the victim in this case.
9 months ago.
Okay, let's go. Hi! The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett.
Why can't I pass?
Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtroom of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of her Empire Judiciary, you will be aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was visiting a student from the Empire, Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own Empire judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything.
Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of a killer. Because, let's just check back. But we saw that she was guilty of murder.
Hi!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoma. Yes, I was in debt to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, Katsuma-sama! With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crimes. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, She gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction
Into play.
We were enabled to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's law. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court here. There. Correct. I oversaw the negotiation personally. The student of her the date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed.
Only the day before? This will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor out.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight.
On the beach.
On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest and change their clothes.
A beach hut.
The cause of the death was a single stab run to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lungs, an injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Mbami. There can be no doubt of the accused guilt, especially when we consider she had the powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing at how she works. You will, no, but really, you will see later when they shout objection and all that. This is pretty accurate to his voice, actually. You can't compare now, but wow, that extraordinary description of event leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That certainly grew. The prosecution summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I read it out to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about powerful motive. I should. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon?
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membamisar, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yumi University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The Definite is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Well, I was studying under Dr. H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago?
The accused has a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had toward the English woman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray! Be careful what you're saying!
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How weak of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out some more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about being along together. Memami-san. Yes, what is this? I mean, Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish when my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were along with her. Oh well, no, that's not true. I wasn't. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because, as you know, the following day, would see Miss Brett extradited.
I don't know what extradited means.
Extradited
okay, expatriate
to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused will never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, Counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not let him go to you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying, but Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Aochi.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned the bathing spot.
My apologies. Clearly, my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practice from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative therapy and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intent and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal be relaxing by the sea? Oh, wait a moment. So,
For old time's sakes, I believe.
sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers.
In matter of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I say, don't look at me. It was that young Sudan girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident right now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. What, really? What the fuck? Obviously, over that period, Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer, the mentor for whom she had such a great respect, enjoying such an undeserved liability. Yes, even if it's only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic paint that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the crime incident.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see,
there's nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have been hidden.
the court will accept this photographic print as evidence. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into this court record. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I'm saying. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom I might add is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Taketsushi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago here in this very courtroom. When that irrelevant little boy utterly humiliated me. Yonosuke, なるほど.
Yes!
This is an insult to the Aochi family name. Will never be forgotten.
You've become concerned with age, counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Oh, he's so cool. Kazuma-sama. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. I forgot this moment. Oh my god. As for Alexander Day. Salut, salut, bienvenue, bienvenue. Welcome to the Illustrator gaming stream. So the voice.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural alignment tolled. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe Aochi grunt.
Oh my.
Vincent plays.
Hello. Hello. What's up? Welcome to the gaming stream. Hey guys. Oh. Hey guys.
Yeah. Hey macarons, welcome. You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown?
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. Oh, I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly?
I said silence! Today, I face another Yoko, student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you.
And
my victory will be the fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned.
seed of hope. Yes.
With that, the prosecution caused the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. Nice impersonation, by the way. Thank you. I do my best. I do as I can. The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. Her haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Oh, I remember Dar from the first part of the game.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupation for the court.
How can I do his voice? Hosonaga. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected.
and I am, well, the next big things in books. An author renowned throughout the capital in 5 years. Soon, to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success by Soseki Natsumi. Oh my goodness! Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be out of me. I needn't? It's only natural you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please, relax. Call me Soseki, even. Ah, yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That older fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that he's been since I last saw him. Soseki is Jojo. Yeah, looks like it, really. And as for Inspector Osonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Oh, the turtle is so cute! There's a turtle on his head, so cute! Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you to see. Thank goodness, he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's the disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make a more faithful testimony. It's my guiding principle to carry out all testimony flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did the writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial University Grand Lecture, all not least. Yumei University? After the lecture, I had a pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotawa? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story about about the 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leaves me alone. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it all your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. The Soseki in the Chronicle. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. That was her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her.
The detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all the other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I'm a peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. With blood drooping from his mouth. What the hell? Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish up. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regrets.
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the courts. You will give an account of all you have witnessed, on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by the remorse and regret I am.
The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered in special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard the cart of wool from behind me.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found a pair in cushion.
Yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Multiple times? I have to check the court record. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moment, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic paint of the crime scene once more.
Goodness me! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. The initial have been engraved into the ebony barrel. R.M. Ray Membabi. The initial of the defendant.
Oh no!
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as the critical evidence. The fountain pen has it added.
So, have I omitted anything?
The
authoritative testimony and damning evidence. There's a blind blue sky outside the conference room today. A perfect way that you ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor outing of 9 months ago
had none of this man poise.
Counsel, for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination. Now. なるほどさん。
なるほど。
That means... Oh, yes, me! Is there another Naruto in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruto in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. First, inconsistencies in the witness testimony to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So, let's see what I can do. The witness scene. Wait, I have to check the cut record before. Single deep stab wound from behind. Pressing left. Single stab. I think I remember there was a moment where he said I'm going to say first, just to be sure. Multiple times, and we have this evidence that shows that she was stabbed only once. Single deep stab wound, yeah. Let's present this one.
Igiari!
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Kozo?
I'd like to witness to clarify something for me. Who, what, where, when, how? Not you, Soseki-san. The query is directed at the Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you say that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Console. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Ah! In other words, Inspector Hosonaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san, me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victims.
Yes, I did. Wiley.
Yeah, but both of you, the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw with the defendant holding. Yes, and it's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once, therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
True.
Then, what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That kid.
Excellent work, Susato. You have exploded at them. You exploded at them with that injection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systemically.
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Wait. I'm checking. Yeah, okay. Wait. Except that so-called hard-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half of a head of hair.
Slender, my head is quite adequately dressed.
In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds,
It makes not a jot of difference.
what? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she's withdrew the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All of you have successfully shown with your little spray is that the mustache holder to prone a moment of extravagance.
I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defense was in wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be reviewed with suspicions. But if she was throwing the blade, then
We are back to where we started.
sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim with a demon called the compulsory? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Ray put out the knife? Ah, yes. Going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the cool her here. Your answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have the case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the body was surely so she could. We'll save. How do I save? Ah, no, this. I would say to save her life, maybe. Save her life? According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. I thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Oh my god, moving time is closely. Bye bye. Oh, you have to go. Okay, goodbye. Bye bye, Alice. Have a nice movie time. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. That was not a good answer.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young Yoko.
Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slip or assertion just put forward by the Yoko defense counsel, I mean... Slipshot?
An excellent idea, Inspector.
Our young Yoko awfully had the medical knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems.
But in the matters of medicine, he appears to possess no iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel assertion. Yes, sir, I will do so flawlessly. Witness testimony. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge for any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes, I think the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until the doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see.
This is why Yoko should stay in the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, it's true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim an ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. They never mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have... Sasado! Yes! Pull yourselves together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be removing my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Let's save.
Come on, putting a blade wrong without taking would be helpful. Basic knowledge, magical, no. In other words, there's no good reason why I tried to pull the knife from the victim. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go back and attack.
Matta!
You say doing it without thinking it could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used to care and attention it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed peeling out really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Matta!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is...
Clearly, the defendant named Mbami does not have sense and also sense.
What do you think about that, Professor Mikotomo? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend in us lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know young people today. Is that friendship? I don't understand.
Careful, counsel, lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh, there that could cause other bad. That's life, I'm afraid. Listen, me run slow. Actually, you can see now that it's really basic for life. Being involved in medical research, Membami would certainly have been aware of that. In other words, no good reason why would I try. But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inevitably. I really don't think inadvertent action can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would have behaved so irrationally. But irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such a bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. And then determine what to kill. Again, let's attack. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument. No feelings.
With this pledging to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I. Oh, I need to drink water. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant motive, please. Yes, Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago. No. Let's attack. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's depths, which only serves to prove the point. My point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in it.
If I knew that preserving the knife on the wood would sweeten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of anything to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at time like this when that's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think you're forgetting something though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine in greater detail. Gee. I realize this is your first time playing the role of a lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record. That's an idea. Okay, what should I do? I already know. No. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A. By the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I do see it straight away. What do we have? Cured within minutes. Extreme moisture. What can we find? There's a butter here, wine. Okay, and here we have Soseki. This is an interview with you and Soseki-san, is it? Further. It looks like though it was quite an exchange. Yeah, she became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. This is a newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article in the back of each as well. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? It's this morning paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as this is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I had never heard of such a thing. What on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there? It's highly toxic poison we've been working on this in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the thief from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. I think that's all there was. Let's check the pen. Identify her killer, you mean? What is that? But it isn't the Yume University one. It must belong to some or other organization, I suppose. A business or of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Oh, I see. なるほどな。Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? It's empty. Is something wrong, Father? Is that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there at all. Oh. Is there anything else to check? I did. Okay, I did everything. Then what should we do? No, what? Did I have it? Ah, yes. Following a lecture. Deadly poison being secretly developed has been stolen. When the smallest amount entering your body, current method cannot detect the newly developed chemical. One set of the system, starting with interpreting with acute contraction of the pupil prior to death. Such symptom would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entire new synthesis of alkaloid and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. What can I do with this evidence? I think I have to find the statement. That's weird. I can't think straight. What? I'm lost. Maybe something there. Or here? Extreme meiosis, poor constriction. Maybe I should attack with the evidence I have. I think I saw it, like, so I'm just passing. But I have no idea what I should do now. So if you need the reminding of the rudiments, you only need to ask at the marriage. I know. I know, but I can't see which one I should present to him. Wait, I forgot to see the there. Oh, I can't do it. Update. No. Wait. 2 p.m. Trauma victims learned. Discussion. The mouth of a wound. It's weird, I don't know. I should save and think about it. What should I do? Should I present that? Ah! Oh, I did the right thing.
You can not only have the full grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in the newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the laboratory at the Imperial Uni.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison had no relevance to the case.
But
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak. But the newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay from rich publications. Carrie.
Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper mentions affirms your objection.
Your Excellency.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant put the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, Attends, wait. Say why this part, yes. According to the article, the development of the poison was requested by the military. Yes, a troubling revelation indeed. Oh, it's very worrying. And yet, even more worrying. Oh no! It was not the right answer! Oopsie, I'm going to lose point. But I feel sure. No. Try reading the article again. Yes! The reason why. Poison. Maybe it's on the first page. I was thinking about the symptoms of the poison. No, it's this one. This part, deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the postmortem report? The cause of her death was hemorrhage.
The word poison
appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking.
Oh, please. This is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We had no proof that the information in this rich newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What?
You can't possibly.
No, I can't. From your expression, Console, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at this site in the Old Bailey. Wait. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the news paper article? This. I think it's this. Oops, I missed them. I think I messed up. Oh no. Okay. I think it means you. We must use our heads. The article had details of the toxins. Now, where have we seen similar? Ah, yes. Sorry, it was the postmortem report. The postmortem report. I sorry. This. I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the postmortem report, which reads extremosis, pupil constriction. It was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's unusual symptoms of death.
Well,
Under normal circumstances, the pupil dilates when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly usual, yes.
what are you doing here, you can detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with an acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes are constricted severely, yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is a very compelling evidence. You can sit and you can represent.
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's action.
No.
Eugene Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under locked in and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the report of this theft was unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the banding academic. Unaware of the thief of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervisions. Father.
A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control about your students rather than allowing them of killing free. On killing spree.
That's totally unfounded. 誰か
None of this is Miss Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault.
Nay. Member-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What? So you knew?
I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief? You don't mean?
Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
Miss Giselle Brett?
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. But then, a moment later, I was seized by fear. With fear, the pupil of her eyes they shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized the victim was suffering and the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of a knife in her back. And that train of thought, what has spurred you to withdraw the blade? Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's why I hoped. Really, I
I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well...
You have no answer because of the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce aforementioned evidence at once, prosecutor out.
Perhaps some praises you, young local student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you brought this on yourself. What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on the beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused murderer's nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true. I don't believe it.
Order! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. Those yakans are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face to you.
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words,
And there we have ample proof. The court will...
the court will accept this extremely cogent
photographic print as evidence. I can't believe he's had the photograph like that up his sleeves the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph yet? Right.
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photograph print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense demand.
The prosecution will
reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday, but there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness. Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit a submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence! You can stand and blabbering, Professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound.
Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's bag, but the moment it was withdrawn.
Don't waste this court time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying this claim. And the scene it captures is, without a doubt, the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the evidence is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no!
Sato, this is the time for you to fly.
If what you've established is true, then there can be no doubt. Sorry, I was carried away. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There's a clue somewhere, there must be some way of working out who took it. I don't really know.
Well, Counsel.
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph. The truth is, who took this photograph? The truth is, I don't know. What angle was it? Should I try? I have the answer. Okay, I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No! You can't possibly. But as you boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I am unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. You really is.
However, I'm able to present evidence. Has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer identity.
What?
Well, then, counsel, present your proof to the courts.
Which piece of evidence reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? Here. I think it's about that. Yeah. Oops. I messed up. I know. Yes, no, I messed up. Oh no! Yabe! I think it's this then. If it's not, what should I do? It's not that. Wait. What the hell? Do I have the answer? No, I don't have the answer. I think I don't know. No, if I give up now, I'll never be able to look Ray in the eyes again. Sato, you need to steel yourself and summon your best argument. I did my best! Okay, whatever, we still have to face this question. I still wonder what is the clue. Ah, maybe. Wait, no. Can I zoom? Wakanai. Voilà. Oh! It's the same photographer the interview. The picture is it has the same crackle objective. Oh yeah. I see now. Okay. I think this is the same camera. We show this one. Ah, sorry. Raucous England return is title. It is not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some sort of white lines on the right-hand side. Yes, indeed. They had already caught my eyes as it happened.
What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably. From the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
good gracious!
yes, exactly the same pattern as of the lines is present on this photograph too.
Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any tree growing inside your hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely not identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera lens must be scratched, and that the scratch lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
I think you're forgetting, Professor Archie,
That one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
a newspaper?
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What?
Minima!
I see why you were caught a raucous angling attorney.
What are you lying about? You're already testified. It's Minimo, I tell you,
More.
Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiden Memo. Yes, only me from down to dust. Now that he mentions it. The guy behind!
Could that same reporter be?
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiden Memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by
Many Memo, yes.
my Lord, Your Excellency Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
Just one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for trace of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University Medical Department for the task. Understood?
Many Memo.
To be continued. Of course we're saving.
Phew. That was... did I save?
that was a first part very entertaining, like with a lot of actions. Yes, I saved it already. Here's the second part. I drink water a little bit first.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin.
Ray, you have a strong sense of responsibility. I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all.
I was scared of my family coming to light, that's all.
So I had to retrieve the substance from the English woman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Chisato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, and that you'd stand by me to the last.
I remember.
And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets.
I'm no better, you know.
Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pull the knife blade from Miss Brett Bragg,
there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you.
Susato.
I'm sorry, after I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer.
No.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. The fact that suddenly struck home.
Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray.
Yes?
Can you find in your heart to forgive me?
Oh, Susato. You know, you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes, you know.
Oh, Ray.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting in the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well, now, whatever do you mean?
And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing to the floor in front of me with a knife on her back, it all happened right before my eyes, and you were the only person in the hut at this time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how could she could possibly have been stabbed like this, like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However, it happened. Whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw it's true. Spoken like a true mikotoba.
Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expected the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings.
The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's completely new laboratory synthesized blend alkaloid. The police won't have any way of testing for it.
Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to they delivered to police headquarters.
I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
The chemical reagent has been there. What's the matter, Susato? You're already very quiet. You're suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research, our laboratory. I was wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret.
It was all the English women doing.
What?
It was when the professor and Toseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory that so-called English ladies want it without any compunction and say to Professor Mikotoba,
"Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had a little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison? Yes, and it is highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This many memo. By the way, did the reporter join you all when you went to the beach?
"Oh no, I don't remember the reporter being there."
Indeed, he shouldn't have been there. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bath by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back, and he secretly followed the party to the beach to just take this very candid photograph. Then, presumably, he posted it anonymously to the police. Yes, that must be what happened.
Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to show ourselves once again then. Defense attorney, Ryotaro, なるほど.
Yes!
Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the truth. What she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Prosecutor Aotsu, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh. What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the research with the collaboration of Professor Kotaba Laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle's bread life.
Excellent, I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And Kongsa, what was the reason? What were the reasons?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim,
Has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. Oh, sorry. They couldn't have made a mistake. The murder weapon has entered the court record.
In short, the accused people excused earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ah! Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment, crude. Very well, officer, bring the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the body, the victim's body? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Lighten many memo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journal. What's a journal, father? Do you know? It's simply a construction of journalist. I'm there where the news break, putting a pen to paper to catch those cues, so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the air horn for nothing, the nice guy of news. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourself, people. Many memos has a scoop in the offing. Female student up to full play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 70 points in the 5-leg format for the morning edition.
Huh? Right then, let's start with your name. 太郎、なるほど。Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsushi Auchi. That's Taketsushi Auchi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objection strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
You're already a second half, and we still didn't finish the game. Huh? No, because the Chronicles has 2 parts, and this is I think I messed up about the name, but I finished the first game, and this is the second game, and it's all in the Great Ice Attorney Chronicles. So this is the start of the second part. Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
I didn't finish the first part yet.
Ouais, pourtant, actually, the first part is it was very quick for me, to me. When I played it, I binge played it. I think I played it too much, and it was ending very fast. And then I saw this part, and I think I progressed more in this new game than the start I did on my own. What was it? Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quit when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way you've got to be fast. Fast leg to run with, and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism. Many-memoism? Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Mais du coup, I hope it's not spoiling you, as this is the second part. Yes, that was me, Mini-Memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to show you new offices after our meeting. But the scoop is I didn't. Because that English women's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's a horse turn. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's ruling aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just employer pawns.
Stay down, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Here it goes.
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast.
A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about it. That's why I decided to sneak after them.
To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press.
Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand?
The grim scene portrayed in this photograph?
Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes.
From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before this court. You will restate exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screen, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside though.
The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the lady pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor, and as she stabbed her in the back, my smoldered journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped up my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the raw width of one of the screens and poked the lens through the perfect shot.
Reed screens, you say?
Right, you can see clear enough in this great shot of snot.
The hut was just screens made of coarsely woven reeds.
Yes, it allowed the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hooting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it.
I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty solidly woven.
I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap.
Would I get away with it? Would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to the wicked crime. The evidence and the testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No! Oh, wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusively news, a starting photograph, all the making of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha! More pathetic excuses.
Well then, Consul, proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency.
There's more to this reporter than meet the eyes.
He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
The beach hat was made of shady. No. Wait. The English woman was seated on her stool when the student girl came in our room. What should we do?
We should attack what he's saying. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Or I don't know, perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a warrior. It's wholly slender, sir. You had the camera and you were taking picture without the woman's knowledge. Wait. I have the sun in my eyes. I'm going to close my window, not my window. My curtains. Wait a minute. I'll be back. Up. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops no gender, man or woman. It's all news. That not even many memoism. It's basic journalism. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so it's all that buttoned up. Can we move in? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. The English woman was sitting on the stool when the student... yes. Doing two. Mata! So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut? Yup. And she was raging like my journal spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that?
about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying onto her.
I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, she would have been eggs. The man shouldn't have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism.
But the student ranting fell on deaf ears,
like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. What the fuck?
He really ought to rock on his mice first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is the woman in the dock was mightily angry, and her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me. Which was the climatic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife. Okay. Seconds later, press.
Did you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Huh, the precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are. It's all in my mini memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on the stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. That's what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Huh? Then, the next moment I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously. Huh? Ah! The English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out the way, and in a flash plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoisms say. By the way, many memo-san, whereas you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journalists have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'être.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, ain't it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness' last expertly phrased statements should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
father, what are you? We grant
Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statements.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set a foot in the hut nor speak with the Englishwoman. I was simply there as an observer. Oh, Atom. I'm going to save it. And then observer, I'm going to put his fountain pen. Yes! Many Memo-san. Until now, I had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more many memoism. Sadly though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with this recriminatory words, Counsel? Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hands as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice its owner initials are engraved here. RM. Yeah, thank you for your bringing up, Counsel. The initial of the accused, remember me. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initial are Su or M? No! Written many menu. RM. That's Horston! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will likely be able to see on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere in the your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsen! Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut? Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initial RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. Of course, Your Excellency. Oh, sorry. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner identity is behind.
No, it's not A, it's I pressed X.
ここだ! As well as the initial, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. As an emblem that you will of course recognize, many Memo-san.
Oh, goodness me! It's the emblem of the Shoyo News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyo News, whose initial are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond?
No! Order! Explain yourself, witness! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then. Fine, I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyo News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the English woman. An interview? You
never mentioned this before!
What exactly was that? When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hat. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as many memoists did, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deemed it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it? Yeah, alright, but on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this.
You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsumi-san.
Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret on his own, and brace yourself. It's not a harmless one, it's big.
What?
Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something? I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses comes running. The detective realized that the victim still had the pulse, so he had run off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim...
The victim regained consciousness? Well, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's true, yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention it before you call hug? It wasn't even a conversation.
I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense. I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated rape somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Let's start the cross-examination. I have to save it. 어머나. What question? What exactly did he say? Well, now you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I see. Don't you, Mr. Brightman? Out with it, you yokelhog!
What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman?
Well, in truth, I had been catching crabs at the water edge and building castle in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden that little beach hut, a younger panic-stricken cries for help and pierced the air. Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. But then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan, a moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... When it is dead, you will answer the question asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or resistance, I demand you amend your testimony.
I will!
I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied. Let's attack this. So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks the question is a fool for a minute, and he who does not remain a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind.
Better be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever! However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why the English woman said nothing.
She was ignoring me. Me, because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear, Soseki-san really had developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on this time in Great Britain, I can say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the English woman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Rittenman? Huh? Well, yes. Alright, she did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted the trembling finger pointed in the direction of the defendant. Eh? Nah? What? Miss Brett pointed the finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? It was not that easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the English woman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked, "Who did this to you?" the English woman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger to the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlestick, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the English woman did point her finger toward the back of the hut, but I was trembling, she was trembling, and everything was blurred. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut when nobody was standing at all. I mean, the memory of the event, the direction in which the victim was pointing was both unclear. Yeah, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond the reasonable doubt. Yeah, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, probably her fingers were slightly. But there's no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of the assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no other than the accused in the direction of the victim's pointing. It's now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could personally have committed the crime. I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible arguments to the contrary, I would believe that we can now conclude this trial. No! The headline rating himself. Dashing lawyer hot dashed 92 points across the whole page with the an extra indentation. This is a serious blow to settle. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though. The task may seem we have no choice. We must think back about everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. The clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's interchamber before the trial assumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting by the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet.
before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid the information we gather, there must be an answer to that question. I'll take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So the gallant yokel student luck finally runs out. I can't say that I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim? I have to save. So
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your education for the time being.
oh? To what end, counsel?
Defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture. An alternative theory? None exists. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength by pointing a trembling finger in the colored direction. This is fiction, fantasy.
Very well, as you seem to be so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, Young Ryutaro, なるほど.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your last test theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? What? I thought I need the court. Because I think I saw there was a hole here. There's a hole here, so it can be over there. Where should I point? 이시? 여기?
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed was concealed in this location here. Yes. What?
Order, order, order!
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san is quieter. That makes no sense at all.
You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individual loitering about, I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchi, there's a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing! You're bluffing!
The defense assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? I thought, what is that? To check something. Here.
Wait.
On peut rien faire, ok. I forgot to analyze that. Oops. Nothing unusual. What can prove that? I think this, because we see this little thing up present.
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach shirt. Did you take us on foods? There's no need of such a thing.
I'm not sure that everyone would present will agree. Someone at least appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut? Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effect of a blade having forced through the reeds.
No, I can't see such a thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed.
Right and many memo.
It could only be you.
No! This prosperous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies exactly in the center of the beach hut, is she not?
Have we to assume as part of this particular scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confided Miss Brett. It's just that it's sort of not much, maybe. Stu! Another look at the photograph. The slit on the read screen.
would align perfectly in the back of the person who was sitting on the stool.
My word, so in fact the victim was
Killed. Was sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instantly. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed to the floor in the middle of the hut, because before the defendant, Membami upheld eyes. And that, Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this murder, which means that the defendant Membami-san is innocent of the crime. Thank goodness! I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The OBJECTION can.
No, what of my growth of hope? It wasn't all in the person. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by 11. Oh no! It's not finished yet.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in her mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminal.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls, and no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's perfectly logical deduction.
So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the English woman, does it?
Well, it seems a little irrelevant though. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything changed because of the dirt you dug up. What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor a comment of the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison was developing and was stolen from their laboratory, correct? It's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim pupils are certified that this particular poison was used.
I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was dead. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not the judge who stabbed whom in whose back with his blade. Because quite simply, dear English woman's life was taken not by the knife but by the poison.
But that can be explained by the poison being in the blade, as I already...
Forget already. Have we, Yoko? During this very proceeding, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving and that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
Ugh. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well,
Order, but where does this leave us? Oh, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked to the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Mr. Brett drink it.
well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. It will make a great front page front. So,
hey, why bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense that I poisoned a woman, would I? I mean, that's been established already.
established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does it mean?
Oh, let me capture those white eyes. This is primal prayers for the daddy. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim to be impossible, that you were the one administrating the poison to the victim. This will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which make you such a claim. I'm a journal and I'm a man. I'll never try to run or hide from anything in life. I'm not about to start now because that's many memories. For a brief moment I thought I'd eliminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and that is very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I bother to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I hear the student girl and that pompous English murder arguing, it got my goat. If the court weren't going to punish Miss Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So, you admitted then that everything happened as you described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the red screen? You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and let murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have?
That's why I did it. I did or what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of the charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spent his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl, now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again? She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended up with her pitiful existence. And suddenly snap, this Yono here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. If the woman had administered the poison himself, he needs only would have waited to it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've seen all the light.
Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after I made such progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with this now?
Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge finally gave. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Come on, I think it's nearly the end. I think I'm going to finish it before ending the stream. I want to see if I can mix this. Nothing. And with this, I'm sure if we check the border, we can get the information. Come on, test it out. Analyze it, please.
So you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Braden?
Ha! That woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of his claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was purely evil. A cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on her empire soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people, and yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So in summary, murderous intentions, huh? Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That English woman was a bait. So I had to do what was right for society.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I bother to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? So still remain that you didn't give the poison to the victim. Obviously, that'd be putting a belt on your trouser when you are already racist like this.
The accused administered the poison, following which this witness the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of a murder. That crime rests on accused shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, Yoko. Who knows, you may even learn things here today.
2 consecutive attempts in her life in the space of a minute. Wait today for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning. This is not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it was my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have seen the justice done. If the victim has unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have no reason to stop her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her, even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman, and that's very fact. Proves that I'm innocent. Oh shit. Okay, I think I attacked all. Yeah, I attacked all the. No, I think I didn't attack this. Okay, no, what? The student girl was laying into the Englishman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba. Oh, yes. Right, but that English woman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is a little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland as a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside, you could see it. I really felt for her. can't. I can't stand here and listen to these trips. Ray, young girl, you stand accused here. You just can't blurt out whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all this up. Sasato, please, you have to make them understand.
Return to the dock at once, Memban-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you.
The journalist is clearly not trustworthy witness.
Exactly, he's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, peeping Tom, huh?
Whoa, take it easy. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, with recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
It was nothing to do. We were discussing the stolen poison. Oh shit.
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one who stole it. I mean, I just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it won't be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. As I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact it was extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison.
I wanted to look for my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it, somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government, even it would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of her and said she didn't know the thing about it in English actually. Ah, yes. Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind.
I do mind, can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the beach hut, listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you heard. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical's research laboratory. The story was published in the morning edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Look at this! The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word per word. Well, many Memo-san. As a as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of memoism. Father clearly right about it. The reporter did write that article and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. The detailed poison article have been updated in the court record. So, that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you poisoned someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure that your victim would die. That's horse dirt. What? That would be pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you've even tasted it, completely reckless. Although it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away. And yet this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was a reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it in prior to Ray entering the hut. Yeah, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Hurry, what change? Repeater overheard this conversation between Ren and Vishnu. Oh yeah, that's it. And then when many memos said first found out the exact nature of the poison he used, that could be the key here. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, the logic seems entirely reasonable, but there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop in place. That's why we should be looking for. I must glean more information. Poison article. Even the smallest amount of won't. Okay. I think I'm going to save, but I'm pretty sure about this answer. So let's present it. Igari! Well, I can think of one reason. What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this new paper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There can't be no question of that. After all,
when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
where are you going with this, Consel?
Minimemo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had something found in opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison while the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulated put. When I walked into the hut, immediately I started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Minimemo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in the newspaper, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely, in fact, that is quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone affected by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme construction of the purple is, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among the new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life has been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a lay person unaware of the telltale properties.
In other words, someone like you, right and minimal. Yeah.
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so trustable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut, thing was you learned of this fact, and you'd already given the victim the poison. At this point, it was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed trees. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Sokonso? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of this new secret poison use, no one would have ever suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effect of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Order, order, order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that his warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter argument to it wishes to put forward? Well, there's a number of, complete.
I got that completely.
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top note, he's clinging to last hope. Last
Help!
Again! Why? Oh.
You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai.
Fallen, what are you talking?
You calling. I don't need a counter argument.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lot of fine theories.
But I don't need a counter argument because you don't have an argument yourself. What's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound plausible, don't you? Without evidence, it means nothing.
Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself.
I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial.
It's all here in my memo. Every word, every slip of note are noted. And that's what Shoyu News is famous for. It's the proper printed words. But surely it would not be easy task to steal a highly toxic...
How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write a mini memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News.
Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. I feel so hungry. When is it finished? He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and he used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point? You are annoying some tree monkey. My point is this. There is one way that you, Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have? I have to see. I'm so hungry. I have to finish this story first. What proof do we have that the witness stole the poison on the day in question? I would say that I would present that.
A 14 pain? How could that possibly be relevant?
The magical pen somehow seemed to have enough ink to write many thousand kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Bleh! I swear by your weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. Those newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of word, obviously I love my fountain pen.
Suck on a section of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the black of eye.
That's right. Fountain pen has a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all sucking ink up? And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to inject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, many Memo-san. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nibs into the pen's reservoir. Grrr! More absurdity, that never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent things like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside the fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear or offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, say. I reminded the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by many Memo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Or are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act the victim was distracted for a moment. You dropped your pen after you emptied the poison from it into a glass.
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And was shocked by one of her atrocious answers, the pen fell from his curling hand. No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there will appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how a modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? What if my pencil snaps? I can always come back into the game. I have plenty in reserves. Yeah! Huh? It's crazy! You claim that I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's white speculation, nothing more. I thought you could bring down a fine upstanding with a trick like this. Think again. It looks like though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. I see. The situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Many Memo-san, this is how modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then.
This will be the final piece of the puzzle. The defense can prove by means this item was what it was in the witness when we used to steal this poison. Ah, scheiße. Yes, I want to present this. Counsel, what is this bottle? This bottle contains a unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is entirely new synthesis of alkaloid developed by my colleague and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or from another perspective. Simply with this chemical reagent, nobody at all could check for traces of the poison. As a reagent? What? One drop of the content of this bottle on the tip of the fountain pen, Minimemo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond unreasonable doubt. Okay, good. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Yeah! Oh! So cool! Oh! Did I do it right? That was Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was Ryutaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied the ink down in the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. Then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some poison, didn't you? Into the fountain pen? Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Momo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all, too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the English woman end up dead? I went into Die Hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice while leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what is this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening otherwise, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretension to a justice system, to a free press, is very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you help! Get out! And crawl back into the cave you came from! That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she's done, when she clearly has no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up. I'd like to ask something. Yes. You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice yourselves. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I remind you of your president witness. Be careful what you say. Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We are suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national consular jurisdiction who should have never come into it. And yet that puffed up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset of a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scene, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush for the free press, then what choice do I have but to see the justice is done by myself? Let's not forget, Menimo-san, that you have committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. It would appear that we reached a conclusion at this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes, sorry, I'm It's almost unbelievable that this is our first experience at the Supreme Court, and it was an excellent performance. In truth, it very reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo-san, Ryunosuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are gradually entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel more keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your company. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Auchi, do you have any final thoughts? Prosecutor Auchi!
I, Taketsushi of the Auchi clan, have been bested by a color youth not once but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
What the f- Gosh, that journey to cultural alignment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living on shame, in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to autism. Autism. One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Speak of my tongue not. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. What this scene? Susato is praying. Weird, what the hell is praying to? What? Now, in regard to the defendant, remember me-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Way! Court is adjourned. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. F. Yeah. Respect. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Thank you so much! You were so dashing in there. Ray and father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credits. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial is over. So no more this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution into the wind. Caution to... the what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. Think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else that we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh my goodness, no, of course not. Ah, there's at last Ray's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help.
Anyway, it's time to beat forward to Ryutaru, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Sasatomi Kotoba now.
So I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame! What?
Sikosa, what do you...
What? What is happening?
Oh, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me. Sasatomi Kotoba. So dashing, so divine! No! Doubly dashing, yes! Oh, devilish divine, just look at you! I had no idea Mr. Sato-san is Chris. You were locum student Naruhodo is Chris' cousin. Astonishing, ace attorney. Poor Soseki-san, so confused. Game, please, let's marry. Let's marry it. Yeah, my belly is making so much noise. I have to eat. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself brought in. But after Naruhodo's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san, I'm sorry, I forgot to read. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Toto, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting that, Inspector. Amazing, you're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really, and this was once in a lifetime, even, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I'm a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover and disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feeling about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the English woman committed at the end of the last year. Yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Holmes as well. Well, of course. Ah, my arch-nemesis. Oh, lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventure of L. Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes.
And if there's truly, really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. Oh. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yeah, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because of an injured telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever. You were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I like to know, because after after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health. Was there something in Great Britain that you pursue might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Sato? I'm sorry, my dear. I supplicate. Let me go! Many mimosa. So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her, the student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must mean. Kazuma-san. Kazuma-sama, what are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on the steamship. Oh! That he never... The judge? Well, I didn't suspect him. Find him. What were you officer playing at? Tell me slowly, Your Excellency. What the fuck? I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Yuji, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. I'll be there shortly. Your Excellency? The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. I'm only your father's friend, Seishiro Jikoku. And I must say, may I say, since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance, Susato. Oh, he knew that she was a girl. Does everyone know that true? I don't know. There are some catchers. This is some catch. Wait, no, not the catch. What is that? Whistle. Whistle? Yeah, whistle. Wrestle? Wait, wrestle. Did you know all along from the start of this trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, then recognized you. So I had the word in his ear beforehand as a whole friend. So Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Before you go further, sorry my dear, we should have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, Thank you very much. What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I've seen a man flying like that. Whatever could father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson. And now, it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with father sometime, when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san inquires, could I have a word? Yes, of course, Oseki-san, what is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh, I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. I have to hear. Please, Saseki-san, tell me what. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I had no doubt. Such helpful thing has rolled. Thank goodness, locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After all, he secured my freedom. I couldn't wait to get on a ship back to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. Father? He seems to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent a telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it? The particular part that my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases that I got caught up in? Of course, I could never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sham forbade any of us talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware is the first? Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow hold the keys to all serious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case, the case of the haunting lodging. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems that I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. It's finished! It's finished! It's finished! Finished! Yeah! It's finished.
こうしてかの英国留学生の事件は決着がついたのでございます。大死院に立ってほんの少し分かったような気がいたしました。なるほど様が異国の法廷で何に立ち向かっているのかを。今日はもう一つお知らせしたいことがあって筆を取りました。夏目漱石様がおっしゃった2つ目の事件。父は何も語りませんが、あの事件にはどうやら大きな謎を解く重要な鍵が眠っているようでございます。あの事件の記録はお部屋の棚の左隅に残しておきました。よろしければ振り返ってみてはいかがでしょうか。日本はいよいよ夏の盛り、今日も抜けるような青空でございます。なるほど様、もう一度お会いしたく存じます。 すさと。
Oh. And yes, this is the end. Oh my god, we finished one case at last. Oh my god. Yeah, you see, this concluded. Oh la la. Okay, so let's go back to the North Korean stream. Whew. That was all for today. Oh my god, we finished the case. I'm so happy about that. So I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you like the game, I may play it again. Right now I'm very hungry. It's like 6 p.m. 41. Oh, I want to eat French fries. I don't know what I'm going to eat. I have some rice prepared already, but I think I'm going to make some fries if I can with my potatoes. And also I forgot to mention. I don't know how many people are left here, but yeah, thank you for the 200 subscribers. I made the video about this, but I didn't really have the occasion to thank you for that on stream. Maybe I'll do it for the next stream because not a lot of people are here. I should have said it at the beginning. I forgot. But yeah, thank you very much for your support as always. And I'm going to say goodbye because my belly is dying. So goodbye, adios, à plus, matane, 또 만나요. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter right here, and I wish you a great day. Bye bye.